right, now streaming on YouTube. Just checking the volume coming through the YouTube stream. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Atlantic Motorsport Park for the last round of the sARL Racing Series. Man, the time flew by this morning. I was sitting there talking to the riders, and all of a sudden I heard the lightweight bikes. So I had to run through the paddock to get up here, but we're ready to race here now in this Nova Drilling Catch 22, first race of the weekend. On pole position was the 20 of Jeanette Ball, currently the championship leader over Angus McLarty. Coming out of turn 2, I believe that is Angus with the lead, with Jeanette Ball in second. I believe that's Pat Patterson in third. He was back on the third row and made his way up to the field, through the field, I should say, quite quickly. Angus McLarty going a little wide out of turn 4, still holding the lead, but it pushed him wide down the back, over the top of 5. We'll see here if Jeanette Ball, about 3 bike lengths back, coming into turn 7, able to make a move. Into turn 9, still a couple of bike lengths ahead of Jeanette Ball. Now coming on to the front straightaway. Their first flying lap completed. Now it's about keeping an eye on the lap times. Anyone new here to Atlantic Motorsport Park, this Catch 22, any machinery, any experienced rider can be in here. It's not amateur or expert or pro. It's all riders of different race machinery and different race numbers. But the catch is you got to stay below the minute 22. When I say below, you got to be slower than the minute 22 mark. As soon as you dip into the 21s, you end up getting disqualified. So I'll keep an eye on Race Monitor for those lap times, but right now it is Angus McLarty holding off Jeanette Ball through turn 9. Only a bike length now. Jeanette right on the rear wheel coming out of turn 9. She almost had to run a little wide. Great drive coming out and really caught on to Angus quite quickly. Across the line, those 2 riders right down into the minute 22s. They only have half a second in the bank there, so we'll see what happens here over the next couple of laps. See if they're going to continue to lower their lap times, because right now they're only half a second back from that 122 mark. Out of turn 4, Angus again running a little wide in turn 4. That's allowed Jeanette Ball to gobble up a couple of bike lengths that Angus was able to open up the last lap by. So now coming down the back straightaway, she is right on the back end of Angus up through 7. Good corner speed through 7 up to 8. She may try and move here into turn 9. Just not close enough. Third place rider, looks like that is Pat Patterson, I believe, now coming into turn 9. He has Ryan Hum starting to close in there. He was only across the line a thousandth of a second. Separated those 2 last time by. Now out of turn 2. Angus went a little wide again out of turn 2. It maybe just a little bit of the rust from missing last round. Unfortunately, with Angus having that crash out of turn 2, had to miss round 4, so he has a little bit of what we call rust in this sport, and it's just all about recalibrating and getting back in there, getting a couple laps. So he may have that little bit of rust because he's run wide there in 2 and 4 a couple of times. But it's not too much rust, though, because he still holds the lead out of 7 up to 9. A bike length ahead. Jeanette Ball looked like she was going to try to do a dive into turn 9. But again, electing just to tuck up in behind Angus McClarty. Now out of turn 9. We'll see what happens here. Both of these are Yamaha R3s, so equal horsepower there onto the front straightaway. Riders going a little bit slower this time, so about a second off their lap times. Rider in third, John McRae, able to get ahead of Pat Patterson and Ryan Hum, moving into that third place position, followed by Jim Marlowe in 6th, followed by Oleg Kavishaw, Robert McGuinness, Brandon Mosher, and Tony Martin making up the top 10. But following this battle, again, Angus McClarty really wide this time out of 4. Jeanette Ball has taken over the lead over the top of 5, down the back straightaway. We'll see what here happens down if Angus is able to get into the draft. But right now, into turn 7, it is Jeanette Ball holding off Angus. Oh, he had the front end just skip on him there, up out of 7 towards turn 8. And Angus McClarty back up the inside, but he may run wide here. But he shut the door mid-turn 9, not allowing Jeanette Ball to get back into the lead there. But Angus McClarty playing hard out there this morning. Yeah, into turn 7. It looked like Angus McClarty might have hit a bump in his front tire. I could see it from the tower. Give it a little bit of a shimmy shake. Following this lead battle, Angus still holding off Jeanette Ball, but she is right on the back of him as they charge towards turn 4. We'll see what happens here again. This is like 4 laps that Angus is not able to hold the inside line, and again he's gone wide in turn 4. Definitely something going on with that corner, and Angus not able to hold that inside line mid-4 coming out. The riders like to tuck up and stay on the inside of 4. Allows them to be the best drive over the top of 5. So he's definitely not able to hold the optimal line through turn 4. But still holding off Jeanette Ball through turn 9. She has great exit speed out of 9 these last few laps. And it's allowed her to get right on the back of Angus. But she had to check up there onto the front straightaway. As now they get the last lap flag. Angus going tight into turn 1. We'll see what happens here down into turn 2. Great battle shaping up between Pat Patterson and John McRae. But out of turn 3, Angus McClarty holding off Jeanette Ball. Only that one couple of corners there where he hasn't held the lead in this Nova Drilling Catch 22. Again going wide in 4, allowed Jeanette Ball to be right on the back of Angus McClarty. We'll see what happens here down the back straightaway. The draft critical in these lower displacements machinery. Not able to get into the draft, but we'll see what happens here into turn 9. See if Jeanette Ball, she's pushing hard. We'll see if she gets up in the inside here. Not close enough. So now the next move might be an outside 10 inside of 11. If not, it's going to be a drag race to the finish line. Right next to each other, coming onto the front straightaway. A bike link separates the two. All about the drive to the finish line. Angus McClarty on his return, able to hold off Jeanette Bowler. Fastest lap of the race, that last lap by. But here comes Pat Patterson. Is he going to be able to hold off John McRae? He has taken that last podium position. Jim Marlowe coming across the line in sixth. Four-rider battle there coming to the line. It's between Oleg Kavashaw, Tony Martin, Robert McGinnis, and Brianna Mosier. Four of them across the line, only separated by a second. Here comes rider number 84. I'll have to go down to the paddock and get the correct pronunciation of his name. It looks like it's Piotr Cibrula. Definitely not the right pronunciation, but taking the checkered flag. Hi, it looks like we're heading into our lunch break. A little earlier this morning, able to get the racing concluded here at 20 to 12. After the lunch break, we're going to get into our one heat race there this afternoon, which is going to be... Okay, it looks like we got both heat races there. It's the MC Consultants Formula 46 going to get us started this afternoon. And before we get off the air for the lunch break, just want to give a shout out to Andy Hill as he's making his way through the paddock in the Magic Bus. He went out and was able to track down an amp for this weekend, so you may notice the clear broadcasting here this morning. That's due to Andy Hill finding a new amp that he's rented for us, so we got nice clear communication. We'll have to look at the FM transmitter, see if we can get that going for the racing this afternoon. Just some different connections there, so we want to ensure that we have this clear broadcast on the speakers, and if hopefully we can, we'll try to get that FM transmitter rocking and rolling for this afternoon. Well, we're now on to lunch break, and I'll see you this afternoon with that MC Consultants Formula 46 heat race. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to any of the fans who might have rolled in here to Atlantic Motorsport Park over the lunch break. As you heard earlier, we had the 5-minute call, which I believe is down to probably close to a minute there now as the bikes are making their way down onto pit lane to get ready for the first of 2 heat races this afternoon, which is the MCW Consultants Formula 46. The heat race has been gridded by championship points, and on pole position is the number 66 of Matt Covey with 61 points. Making up in the middle of the first row is the second place in the championship rider, which is the 24 of Darcy George. Darcy out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Miller Time Racing. And then making up the front row, only 1 point back from Darcy George, is the number 9 of Gary McKinnon, as he's now coming through the paddock on that yellow RS 660 Aprilia. I heard he was down into the minute 12s, so it looks like he's fine-tuned the suspension on that Aprilia. He was running into a bit of suspension issues. Well, just a setup, not so much issues, but just setup there last round. So it looked like getting down into the 12s. He's starting to sort that out. Second row sees the 78 of Jason Rideout, tied with Gary McKinnon with 36 points himself. Second row as well is the 111 out of Inverness, Cape Breton, sponsored by Nova Drilling. 10 points back is Jonathan Anderson. On to the third row, rider number 4 on a Kramer EVO 690 out of Beaverbank, Nova Scotia, is Jack Robowski. 1 point back from Jack is the 72 out of Sambro, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Sambro Cycle Service, CanMac Power Sports, and CF Moto Canada. On board a 2024 CF Moto is Scott Campbell, sorry. Making up the third row would have been the 10 of Scott Conley, but Paul Whitehead's down there doing some engine work there, so it looks like maybe later on in the 400 class he'll be out, or maybe it's not till tomorrow. We'll see what happens there later on throughout the day. On to the fourth row is the 63, who is out of Moncton, New Brunswick, on board an SV650, is Bobby Couturier. And making up the fourth row, the 507 out of St. John's, New Brunswick, also on an SV, is the 507 of Brad Squires. Fifth row sees the 97 out of Halifax, Nova Scotia, sponsored by HFX Motorsports. On board a Kawasaki 400, Dwayne Finley. Middle of the fifth row is the 195 of Angus Campbell, sponsored by Good Robot Brewing, Jazz Cabbage, Dee Dee's Ice Cream, and the Float Center. And there's the 69 of Ryan Hum. Onto the sixth row is the 420 of Courtney Lorraine, and the 747 of James Frazier, Jamie Frazier. Looks like he is elected to get out there and get rid of some of that race rust. The last time he's raced has been the endurance race. So great to see Jamie there back out onto the track, as we're now the riders coming out of 2 up to 3. It is Gary McKinnon with the hole shot, followed by Matt Covey. In third, I believe that is Jason Rideout, followed by Jonathan Anderson, then Darcy George. As now they make the way to the back straightaway. Gary McKinnon has opened up about half a second to Matt Covey, who runs around, I believe, the minute 16 mark. So 4 seconds in the difference to Gary's fastest lap this morning. So we'll see what happens here. Big head shake there. I just happened to look over. Jonathan Anderson with a tank slapper coming out of turn 7 towards turn 8. Darcy George able to capitalize and get around him into the 4th place position now as they could make their way to the front straightaway. Fifteen riders out there in this MC Consultants Formula 46 heat race. Well, something happened there with Jonathan Anderson out of turn 2, allowing Darcy George and Jason Rideout to get around as they now make their way through turn 4. Top 2 riders starting to check out from this battle. The last front row position, as this is going to set the grid for the race this afternoon. So, battle here happening between Darcy George, Jason Rideout into turn 7 there as he was coming in. It looked like he was letting off the gas. I don't know if he has something wrong with that bike, because definitely Darcy George able to get around him quite quickly, as well Jonathan Anderson. So Jason Rideout starting to go back. Oh, we got a red flag out there. Rider down there in turn 8. Just the bike is not in a very good position, so they've thrown the red flag. Rider is up and trying to get the bike up. Looks like it might be Jamie Fraser, I believe, there. So he's got the bike up. Just going to need a hand. That Superbike is quite heavy, so they're going to have to do the bike pickup there in turn 7. Turn 8, entry to turn 8, but Jamie is up and so they didn't make it through halfway. So we'll see what happens here if they elect to do a restart here. I believe you have to go halfway to make it official, but we'll wait to see what they elect to do there down in start-finish. They are sending them into the paddock, so we'll just wait to see what they say about the restart, or if what they're going to do for the race this afternoon. Bikes are now back out on the track for the restart of the MC Consultants 4-lap heat race. As we heard earlier, they're going to keep the same length. 4 laps. Riders now out on their one warm-up lap to get heat into their tires. Anyone here maybe is new to the sport? These riders use slicks, as they call them, no tread on them. That's so they have maximum contact with the pavement, with the race surface. With these tires, though, in order for them, the composition of them, they need a certain temperature to get the maximum grip. So they have tire warmers to get them up to temperature, and then you also use this lap as well to maybe ensure they're nice and toasty before the start of the race. But the riders now making their way to the grid positions. And we're racing. Oh, looks like Matt Colby got a better start, or it is Gary McKinnon who didn't get a good start. Looks like it was around 4 riders that got around Gary McKinnon before turn 1. So something happened there at the start for Gary McKinnon, and it is Matt Colby followed by Darcy George. Jason Rideout temporarily in third, but up towards turn 3, Gary McKinnon able to get around Jason Rideout. Now as they make their way to turn 4, we'll see what Gary McKinnon does here in turn 4. It looks like he's electing to wait to use the horsepower down the back straightaway as he's tucked up right behind Darcy George. Now over the top of 5, couple of bike lengths back, but we'll see that horsepower of that Aprilia able to get around Darcy around halfway through the back straightaway. So now into turn 7, it is Matt Colby, about half a second up the road from Gary McKinnon, followed by Darcy George. Randy Bennett up there moved himself up into 4th place. Looking at the order, he was 8th on the grid with this restart, so now up into 4th place onto the front straightaway. Waters now coming out of turn 2. Gary McKinnon not close enough to be able to get around Matt Colby from 2 to 3. We'll see if he waits again for the back straightaway. It looks like he is. He had the horsepower there from 3 to 4 to maybe get side by side, but that would have put him on the outside of 4, so he knows he has that horsepower advantage. So now down the back straightaway, we'll see what happens here into turn 7. And again, oh no, I was going to say get about halfway, but it looks like he's just not close enough to get around Matt Colby. So continuing to hold off Gary McKinnon, but it is Randy Bennett now making his move, able to get around Darcy George on the inside of turn 7. We'll see what happens here between those two riders. Because right now that as well has a horsepower advantage of Randy Bennett. Out of turn 2, Matt Colby still holding off Gary McKinnon. Oh, Matt Colby had the back end just step out of him on turn 3, caught the outwards, able to hold on to it. Definitely a corner where these lightweights, you get hard on the gas in turn 3, so that's a spot we typically can see if a rider goes down on a lightweight from losing the back end. It is turn 3, but Matt Colby able to hold on. Gary McKinnon had to check up because he was right behind him. So now that's allowed Randy Bennett to get into this battle as well. And he might try a move here on the inside of Gary McKinnon. Just not enough. So the three riders separated by only a couple of bike lengths coming out of turn 9. When they come here to the front straightaway, they're going to get the last lap flag here. Gary McKinnon able to get around Matt Comey. So now out of turn 2, we'll see what happens here with Randy Bennett, because he's still behind Matt Comey, allowing Gary McKinnon to open up a few bike lengths. And now through 3 and 4, he's elected to do an outside move, tucking up there. Now up into second, onto the back straightaway. Gary McKinnon there was able to open up about a second and a half now, so don't think Randy Bennett is going to be close enough to take the pole position for the race this afternoon. But right now, showing he's got speed out there this afternoon, as McKinnon coming in to turn 9 has about a little less than a second over Randy Bennett. But this is just for the pole position for the grid, so he's going to have a front row start onto the front straightaway. Gary McKinnon, followed by Randy Bennett. Matt Covey in third. Darcy George going to start the race from the second row, followed by Brad Squires. Jack Robowski, third row, followed by Jonathan Anderson and Jason Rideout. Scott Campbell sees himself at 9, followed by Courtney Lorraine. Bobby Couturier in 11th, followed by Angus Campbell and Dwayne Finley. Ryan Hum now making his way towards the front straightaway. He's going to start the race from the 14th position. The checker flag flies for the last rider. We'll see what happens this afternoon. It looked like there wasn't too much damage there on that bike of Jamie Frazier, so we'll see if maybe it's just some cosmetic work and he's able to get out to the race this afternoon, which is going to be starting here. Going to be the third race this afternoon, so he has time to check over that bike. All right, we just heard the 5-minute call for the next race, which is the Asylum Racing Vintage Heat Race. Before we get going with the grids and everything for that race, just for a little bit of housekeeping. For anyone with children out there, the paddock during a hot track, which is where all the bikes are, isn't an area for kids to play, so just keep that in mind whenever the bikes, they're moving in and out, and there's no playing around in the paddock area during a hot track. As well, dogs. If you have a dog here, they have to stay on a leash throughout the whole stay here while it's a hot track. That's in case they don't run out onto the track or if they run and as a bike is moving through the paddock, so that they don't get hit by a bike. So they have to stay on the leash while they're here in a hot track. Get confirmation about off-leash with in the paddock. I believe they are not allowed to be off-leash in the paddock area at all. So if you do want to take your dog off-leash, I believe the center, where all the grass is there in the center of the track, would be a good spot to take them. I'll get confirmation that we're even allowed to do that. I'm not sure. All right, got confirmation. Nowhere at the track can a dog be off leash. That makes it easy, at least easy for the rules' sake. So if you have a dog here, they're not allowed to be off leash at all throughout your stay here. All right, bikes now on pit lane for the sARL Racing Vintage Open. Tight battle here for this championship in the sARL Racing. Currently the 80 of Blaise Fougere out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. Sponsored by RPM Cycle, Darren Marshall and Pirelli. Has a 75 points. I was going to say 75-point lead, but he's got 75 points. And second is Phil Warnell, only 3 points back. Phil Warnell, also out of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Sugar Mama Racing, Pro Cycle, and Burnside Brewing. And making up the front row is the 3 of Randy Bennett. Randy doing back-to-back heat races here this afternoon. Randy out of St. Margaret's Bay, Nova Scotia, currently residing in New Brunswick. Sponsored by Mum's Tattoo Studio and Lord's Auto Body. On to the second row, only 12 points back from that last podium position of the championship is the 131 of Pat Patterson. Pat usually riding bike number 15, but it looks like the bike he's riding this afternoon had number 131 on it, and that is the red bike there now coming down the back straightaway. Pat is out of Parlsboro, sponsored by sARL Racing and Nicole Burr. Riders now getting into the grid position, just waiting for Pat here coming on to the front straightaway now, and we'll be getting ready to racing. Phil Warnell and Blaise Fougere have been battling it out in this vintage racing all season, and it's Blaise Fougere with a hole shot. It might be Randy Bennett in second. They were side by side going down into turn one, so we'll see what happens here out of turn two. But it was Blaise Fougere with the hole shot and holds the lead out of turn two. Phil Warnell able to get into second. Randy Bennett in third. As now they make their way to turn four. About 3 bike lengths separates the leader and second place rider Phil Warnell. Down the back straightaway, you get 4 points for winning a heat race, followed by 3, 2, and 1. So there are some championship points up for grab, not just pole position. And with only being 3 points in the difference between those two riders, these points come into play this afternoon in the race. But it's Blaise Fougere extending his lead onto the front straightaway. Cross the line, 1.5 seconds ahead of Phil Warnell, who has about the same gap back to Randy Bennett. Pat Patterson crossing the line. The leader now, Blaise Fougere, tipping into turn four, continuing to extend the lead there this afternoon. These two riders have been dicing it out all season, so this hasn't been the case, what we're seeing here today throughout the season with this big gap that Blaise has. So we'll see what happens here during the race. Phil Warnell maybe understanding that this is just for grid positions and electing to wait to battle it out this afternoon. Well, right now Blaise Fougere tipping into turn 9. Looks like it's about 2 seconds or maybe more now. As he makes his way to the front straightaway, he's going to get the halfway marker, which you see there. Big tank slapper from Blaise going on to the front straightaway. Pushing hard out there. Looking at the lap times, minute 13s, followed by Phil Warnell with a minute 15. If memory serves me correctly, I believe Phil Warnell was down into the minute 12s last round. A little bit warmer as well, so the cooler temperatures definitely come into play. Blaise now making his way to turn 7. Across the line, it was 3.5 seconds. Looks like it's closer to 5 or 6 there now, so definitely into maintenance mode there out there now for these riders. Again, this is just setting the grid for the race this afternoon. So pushing hard out there to take the win of a heat race. Isn't necessary because they'll get 4 points versus 3, but all of them are going to start on the front row that are in hunt for this championship. Last lap now of this Asylum Racing heat race. Riders as well may have tried some different setups this afternoon to accommodate for the colder weather, and they may have tried some adjustments, and they will use those adjustments in a heat race and then make some fine tuning before the race this afternoon. So we may see even quicker lap times once they're able to fine tune whether it's suspension or tire pressures. But here comes the leader onto the front straightaway. Blaise Fougere extending the lead by 4 points now. The race this afternoon gives 26 points to the leader, followed by 20 points for second. So really it's going to come down to where they finish on the track. It's going to be, I'm sure, a good battle between the two of them, knowing that if the other rider finishes in front of the other, it switches the championship. And this is the only one race for the Asylum Racing Vintage this weekend. So one race this afternoon and the championship is going to be decided. Pat Patterson now crossing the line. That makes up the field. As you just heard, the 5-minute call went out about a minute ago for the first full-length race this afternoon, which is the Pro Sport Bike. I do want to take a minute to thank the sponsors today of the stream, which is Empire Motorworks. Empire Motorworks is a full-service motorcycle shop located in Windsor, Nova Scotia. With a strong reputation for quality and craftsmanship, Empire specializes in servicing American bikes like Harley-Davidson, European models like Triumph, and a wide range of Japanese motorcycles. Whether you're looking for full custom builds, engine builds, general service, or tire changes, Empire Motorworks has the skill and experience to get the job done right. Also sponsoring the stream is Arc and Spark Electric, serving all of PEI's electrical needs from heat pumps and water heaters to full-scale robotic dairy operation. Arc and Spark has you covered. And the sponsor for this class, as I mentioned earlier, was Pro Cycle. Pro Cycle is Nova Scotia's home for power sports. Started in 1983 and has supported Canadian racing since the very beginning. Pro Cycle sells Honda, Suzuki, Kawasaki, KTM, and Gas, as well as a massive inventory for parts, accessories, and riding gear. All right, we have a few minutes here before the start of the race. We'll run you through the order. On pole position, the championship winner who locked it up last round, rider number 8 out of Hammonds Plains, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Flatline Tile, is the number 8 of John Fraser. In second, the number 5 of Mario Richard. Making up the front row would have been Chris McRae, but unfortunately for any of the riders that weren't here or any of the fans, Chris McRae, the O-ring went on his oil filter, a very odd thing to happen. And unfortunately that put some oil down the back track, and not that wasn't the worst of it. The worst was that unfortunately Chris went down and injured himself, and a couple riders as well got kind of cut up with the oil, but hoping Chris a speedy recovery there with his hand, but won't be competing here this weekend due to that unfortunate O-ring mishap there. Onto the second row is the 52, who was 2 points back from Chris McRae. So Brad Bork sitting there in the second row. To his left is going to be the 41 of Crawdus Roberts. Third row sees the 196 of Kristen Whitehead and the 96 of Chad Whitehead, sponsored by Rally Motoplex. Chad only 1 point back from Kristen. The two of them with 53 and 52 points. Making up the third row is going to be the 134 of Matthew Jollymore, sitting there with 34 points. Going to need to make up 18 points between this race and the next race if he's going to want to try and catch and hunt down Chad Whitehead for 7th in the championship. Fourth row sees the 48 of Matt Curvin, followed by the 113 of Fernando Bianco, sponsored by the world-renowned Badek facility, sponsored by HEL Canada and Second Chance Automotive and Mark-Innes Ostrich Woodworking. And the final row sees the number 9 out of Debert, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Lucas Oils, is Gary McKinnon, followed by the 17 of Caleb Knowles and the 62 out of Darwin, Nova Scotia, just out there racing in that vintage, sponsored by Sugar Mama Racing, Pro Cycle, and Birdside Brewing Company. Riders now in their grid positions, moments away from the start. 12 riders here in this pro sport bike category. Some great racing about to happen here, so I would say you should get to some stands so you can see this race as they're moments away, and we're racing. Looks like side by side is John Fraser and Mario Richard, but it looked like it was John Fraser with the whole shot. John Fraser, followed by Mario Richard. Crawdus Roberts in third, followed by Brad Bork. Chad Whitehead in fifth, followed by Matthew Jollymore in sixth. Sorry, Chad Whitehead is in fourth, Matthew Jollymore in sixth. Confusing myself now as they're heading down the back straightaway. John Fraser open up about a second, maybe a second and a half over Mario Richard. Brad Bork opening up a bit of a gap there. Back to Brad Bork, or to Crawdus Roberts. Really fumbling through my words this afternoon, having that little break there. I gotta bring my A game here. Into turn 9, Chad Whitehead side by side with Crawdus Roberts. Able to get around Crawdus Roberts down into turn 9. He was seeing those leaders check away. Now the rider on the move is Gary McKinnon, starting from the back, making an inside move into 11 over Phil Warnell. Is Gary McKinnon on that RS 660 Aprilia. So he is on a charge. He was down into the 12s, I heard this morning, and now sitting there fifth on the track as he's coming through turn 3. Chad Whitehead about half a second up the road. But those riders in 4th and 5th are going to want to see Mario Richard and Brad Bork to start to battle it out, to maybe see them come back to this battle. Because right now that battle for 2nd and 3rd is about 2-3 seconds up the road, as now they're coming off the back straightaway. Mario Richard a bike length ahead of Brad Bork. Brad looking like he's going to try an inside move into turn 9, just not close enough as Mario Richard shuts the door. Now out of turn 9 to turn 10. We'll see what happens here onto the front straightaway. See if Brad Bork tries to pull a slingshot down into turn 1. Talking about Gary McKinnon. Gary McKinnon, this round, this year, is his 55th consecutive year racing. He has not missed a year racing. This is his 55th consecutive year racing motorcycles. An extremely amazing feat, as now he's coming through turn 4, right on the back of Chad Whitehead, onto the back straightaway. While Gary's out on the track, Marley McKinnon has made a card and has put it in the Guthrie building there, where right beside the Marshall stand. So for anyone that wants to sign the card, that we are going to present it, or she's going to present it to Gary tomorrow. So if you want to... Also like to remind everyone that this is a surprise, so just certainly you can congratulate him on his 55 years, but he doesn't know that this card is out there, and we're going to have a little moment for him on the podium, so if you just want to keep that closed lips. But now down the back straightaway, John Fraser is checking away from the field, so it's the battle of 2nd and 3rd and 4th and 5th out there down the back straightaway. Mario Richard able to hold off Brad Bork, but there's still 7 laps to go, 6 when they cross the line, so lots of action left to happen out here in this Pro Cycle Pro Sport Bike race number 1 of the weekend. Now onto the front straightaway, Mario Richard holding off Brad Bork. Chad Whitehead holding off Gary McKinnon. Looking at the lap times there, a couple of riders that are starting to get into their groove is Matthew Jollymore and Caleb Knowles. They're down into the minute 13s themselves. So we'll see if they're able to charge through the field. But back up to this battle, Gary McKinnon, I think he drove around the outside of Chad Whitehead in turn 4. Now taking over that 4th place position. They're going to have 5 laps, going to be a halfway marker when John Fraser crosses the line. He's now coming out of turn 9 there now. So we'll see what Gary McKinnon can do here if he's able to hunt down that battle. What looks to be about 2 seconds up the road. Looking at his lap times, he was in the 13s. So if he can do a minute 12s, he can certainly start to track down those 2 riders in 2nd and 3rd. which is currently held by Mario Richard. I'm going to keep my eye on this gap because as they exit turn 3, Gary McKinnon has stretched away from Chad Whitehead, and he is marching towards this battle. He definitely has enough time to catch them. Over the top of 5 down the back straightaway now. I would say it's about a second and a half at most, as Mario Richard has opened up a few bike lengths over Brad Bork, but definitely Brad able to still stay in the hunt. It's only a few bike lengths, so we'll see what happens here into turn 9 if Brad Bork can get closer to Mario Richard. But it is Gary McKinnon, the rider, on the move. Now coming onto the front straightaway. We'll see what that gap was last time. It was about 2.5 seconds. Gary McKinnon putting in his fastest lap of the race. I'm sure coming out of turn 2. Yes, he is right on the back of Brad Bork through turn 3. Only a couple of bike lengths now. We'll see what Gary McKinnon is able to do here with Brad Bork, because Mario Richard this last time by has opened up a couple of more bike lengths, so it looks like he is starting to pull away from Brad Bork. So if Gary McKinnon wants to battle for second place out there, he's going to have to try to make a move pretty quickly, because Mario Richard coming off the back straightaway sees about a second of a gap back to Brad Bork. As now the riders coming into turn 9. Gary McKinnon's not going to be close enough to pull a move here, so we'll see what corner he may elect to try to pull a move here. And coming out of turn 9, he was hard on the gas out of 9. It looked like he almost had to chop the gas there. He had such a great drive. Now onto the front straightaway. It's going to be down into turn 2, I say. Gary McKinnon is going to try to pull a move if he's able to. He wasn't close enough, but he's right on the back of Brad Bork. He's pulled off the move on the outside of 4. We'll see if that's where he elects maybe to go this time. Looks like some arm pump from Fernando Bianco. He was doing that arm tension motion, so maybe he had to come off due to that arm pump issue. Following this battle, though, Mario Richard opened up a couple of more bike lengths. I would say it's about 1.5 seconds. I'll look at the gap here. Timing and scoring had it at 1.1 seconds. Believe that opened up just a little bit this lap. So Gary McKinnon right on the back of Brad Bork. He's trying an outside move of 10 here into 11. Just not close enough. He was excited to get around Brad Bork there. We'll wait to see what happens here out of turn 2. Looking at the order across the line, looks like Phil Warnell able to get around Chad Whitehead last time by. Chad now into 6th, followed by Matthew Jollymore in 7th. Caleb Knowles in 8th, followed by Cronus Roberts and Matt Curvin. But back to this battle, Gary McKinnon thinking about a move on the outside of 4, just not able to pull it off. So now over the top of 5. I think Brad Bork knows he's there, and this is pushing Brad Bork to push even harder, because they're starting to reel in Mario Richard again into turn 7. They are definitely catching Mario Richard only half a second, I would say now. Across the line, it was about 1.3 seconds, but visibly we can see it now out of turn 9. It's about half a second, and Gary McKinnon right there as well. So we're going to have a 3-rider battle here as they get the last lap flag. Looking at the lap times, Brad Bork put in his fastest lap of the race there. So He is trying to track down Mario Richard. Gary McKinnon looked like he had an inside move of 2 there coming out. I could only see the exit, just not able to pull off that move. So Brad Bork pushing hard, trying to keep Gary McKinnon behind him. Now out of turn 4. Gary McKinnon trying to move there in 4, just not close enough. We'll track down the leader here. He's coming now through 9 onto the front straightaway. It is going to be John Fraser taking the win this afternoon. Back to this battle. Out of turn 9, Mario Richard about 4 bike lengths ahead of Brad Bork. So it's going to come down to Gary McKinnon. The outside of turn 10. Is he going to do it inside here? No, he's not close enough. Onto the front straightaway. Oh, what a drive. Gary was getting down the front straightaway. It looked like he might have had to let off the gas maybe just a little bit there. But what a battle, and here comes Chad Whitehead trying to get around Phil Warnell. That was for 5th and 6th. Matthew Jollymore in 7th. Caleb Knowles on the Ducati in 8th, followed by Cronus Roberts and Matt Curvin. But what a fun race that was to start us off. You can see the 3 riders there coming through turn 3. They're excited about that race. Mario Richard not knowing what was happening behind him, but definitely working hard to keep those riders behind him. So those riders excited about having that fun out there this afternoon. Oh, we're a couple of minutes away from the next full feature race, which is the Good Robot Brewing Company Amateur Sport Bike, race number 1 of the weekend. Shout out to the sponsor, Good Robot Brewing. Good Robot Brewing is Nova Scotia's curator of quirky craft beer experiences. Find their products at your local NSLC, ANBL, or PEILC. If they don't have them, ask the staff. If you're interested in evening out, visit their patio in Elmsdale at the Halifax Commons or head to the original bar in the north end of Halifax. I'll run you through the order here. Championship leader is the 37 of Andy Hutchinson out of Ellerslie, PEI. Sponsored by Dennis Motors, Gillis Heavy Equipment, and Ellerslie Right Stop. Andy Hutchinson currently with 144 points. Sitting in second is the 39 out of Baxter's Corner, New Brunswick. That is the 39 of Mark Corkum. Mark is back doing the math there, 31 points. So there's 2 races for the Good Robot Brewing Amateur Sport Bike this weekend. So at the end of this race, Andy Hutchinson, if he is 26 points or more ahead of Mark Corkum, he is going to be crowned the championship this afternoon. Making up the front row is the 40 of Michael Scott. He is 4 points back from Mark Corkum. So there is a battle that's shaped up between them two for second and third in the championship. Onto the second row sees the 22 of Antoine Slater, currently with 76 points, so he is 33 points back from that third place position. Making up the second row is the 118 of Keegan Campbell. Keegan out of Sydney, Cape Breton. Sponsored by Outcast Racing. Third row sees the 18 of Randy Arsenal. Randy out of Cape Egmont, PI. Sponsored by A&M Drywall Service. And making up the field is the 86 of Michael Brunt. Riders now making their way towards the front straightaway after completing their 1 warm-up lap. Riders now in their good position, so we are moments away here. Seconds. And we're racing. Oh, Andy Hutchinson had to get off the gas. He was pulling a wheelie there, so we'll see who has the hole shot. He still may have held the hole shot down into turn 1, but definitely had quite the ride getting to turn 1 there as the front wheel was off the ground. And it is Andy Hutchinson, followed by Michael Scott, followed by Antoine Slater in 4th. I believe that's Keegan Campbell maybe in 4th. So Mark Corkum, second in the championship, now pushed back to 5th on the track as they now charge towards the back straightaway. Only a bike length separates each of these bikes over the top of 5. See what kind of drive these riders get. Into turn 7, Andy Hutchinson about 3 bike lengths ahead of Michael Scott, who has a couple of bike lengths ahead Antoine Slater. But the gap there is back to Keegan Campbell, but under braking into turn 9, it was about, say, 6-7 bike lengths, but now coming out of turn 9, it might be a couple of bike lengths closer. but it's the rider in fifth that we'll see if he's able to charge forward. So I mentioned about the championship points. Only 4 points separate Mark and Michael in the championship, with Mark currently ahead by 4 of them. But Antoine Slater able to get around Michael Scott in between 2 and 3. So that's taken a couple away of those championship points. Now through turn 4, Andy Hutchinson opened up a couple of more bike lengths. Andy Hutchinson, Antoine Slater had quite the battle here in round 4. 2 of them dicing back and forth. I believe Andy Hutchinson did an outside of turn 9 move to pass Antoine Slater, and then Antoine Slater returned the favor. They were dicing back and forth, but right now it's Andy Hutchinson with about a half a second gap lead over Antoine Slater. Out of turn 9 now. Michael Scott is not letting Antoine Slater get away. Only a bike length there separates the two now into turn 11. Looks like Keegan Campbell was pushing really hard into turn 11. Looks like the front end was just crying for no more there, as he had quite the chatter there in the center of turn 11. I'll keep an eye on that, see if that was just that one time, or maybe it's a suspension adjustment that may need to happen, as he definitely had some chatter there in turn 11 on that GSX, I believe, 600 of Keegan Campbell. Mark Corkum right on the back of Keegan Campbell through turn 4. That's the battle to watch right now. Over the top of 5, a bike length separates the two riders. We'll see if Mark is able to try and pull a move here into turn 7. Just not close enough. Keegan holding off Mark Corkum. We'll see here now into turn 9, though. Mark's looking pretty racy here. Again, not close enough to be able to pull the trigger as Keegan Campbell tips into turn 9. Much smoother through turn 11 that time for Keegan. No front end moving there, so might have been just that one time through there. Seen the front end starting to shimmy and shake out of coming onto the front straightaway. Oh, Mark able to get around Keegan down in turn 2. We'll see if Keegan is able to latch on the back of Mark and charge towards this battle for third, which is currently held by Michael Scott. They have quite the distance to make up, though, as it's 5 seconds according to the live timing across the line. So they only have 6 laps to go when they cross the line. So we'll see what happens here as the race ticks away. But what I'm seeing here is Antoine Slater. He wants this battle again that happened in round 4 to continue on, because he is tracking down Andy Hutchinson onto the front straightaway. He's bringing Michael Scott with him as well. The two of them were about a second faster than Andy Hutchinson across the line, so now that is only 7/10 of a second, but is definitely less than that now as they come through turn 3. A couple of bike lengths is all that separates those riders at the top. Michael Scott trying to charge towards those two bikes as well. Not able to catch Andy Hutchinson as fast as Antoine Slater has, as they're coming down the back straightaway. Now at Antoine Slater, maybe about 2-3 of a second, where Michael Scott is back in third behind the leader by about a second and a half, I'd say, as they make their way to turn 9. 6 laps to go, 5 when they cross the line here. Coming out of 9 towards turn 11 here now. We'll see Antoine Slater right on the back of Andy Hutchinson. This is the closest he's been yet. He is hungry as they get that last lap flag, or the halfway markers. Down one into two. We'll see if Antoine Slater able to pull a move off down into turn two. I believe that's where he got Michael Scott, was down into turn two. But right now it is Andy Hutchinson still holding off Antoine Slater as they charge towards turn four. Only two bike lengths, so it's been kind of accordion effect here. But over the top of five now, down the back straightaway, we'll see if Antoine Slater is able to draft past. Oh, what a move. He was almost going to go up on the outside on the entry to 7 by the brake markers, but pulled a smart move and just tucked up in behind, because you really got to get by a rider pretty fast, because he'll swing over to the left to try to get that good drive up a 7. If you stick your bike right there in between the rider and the grass, you're going to be in an unfavorable position. So now onto the front straightaway. Antoine Slater. On Antoine Slater's charge towards Andy Hutchinson, he was making minute 12 lap time side by side, the two of them out of turn two, but Andy Hutchinson had the favorable position on the inside of 3. So Antoine Slater showing him not just a wheel, but the whole bike coming out of turn 2. So Andy Hutchinson knows he is there, if he didn't already when he heard him down the front straightaway. So now over the top of 5, it is on with 4 laps to go down the back straightaway. Michael Scott across the line was 1.7 seconds back. So he's going to want to see these riders maybe tussle it out there, slow down their lap time so we can get in the hunt for the win of this Good Robot Brewing Company Amateur Sport Bike race number 1 of the weekend. Looks like Michael Brunt is calling it a race as I look down, see him coming into pit lane. But here comes the leaders on to the front straightaway. Andy Hutchinson. Minute 13's minute 14 from Antoine Slater. A minute 13.7 from Michael Scott. So he was able to make up about 3/10 there. But now with only 3 laps left to go, he's going to need these 2 riders in front of them to slow each other up. Now through turn 4, single file for Andy Hutchinson and Antoine Slater. Looks like Antoine Slater the last couple of laps have got a great drive over the top of 5, and he gets almost to the back wheel. Oh, he's right close to him there. Looked like he may try an inside move of 7, but he may have let off the gas and elected to just stick behind Andy Hutchinson there. As now they make their way through turn 9. 1 bike length separates the 2 riders. I'd say Michael Scott's sitting in third, 1 second back. Maybe it's about 1.5 seconds. But he is not losing any ground, just not really making up any ground as they head towards start-finish. 2 laps to go. Rider in fourth, coming on straightaway, Mark Corkum. Now out of turn 2, looked like Andy Hutchinson Antoine Slater was thinking about maybe trying to get to the inside of turn 3 before Andy Hutchinson, but just didn't have that good enough a drive out of 2. Now onto the back straightaway. 2 bike lengths separate the 2, but we'll see here through 6A, 6B, Antoine Slater gets a great drive. He's thinking about an inside move. Again, not close enough. We'll see maybe if he tries an inside move here of 9. About 3 bike lengths back, so not able to try any moves there into turn 9. This time by, they're going to get the last lap flag. So as they're making their way to the finish line, it's going to have 11 corners for this to work itself out. So I'm sure there may be a game plan here for Antoine Slater. They were battling back and forth last round, so maybe Antoine Slater is going to try to do, it's Antoine Slater over the lead. I was going to say he may be waiting to try some last corner moves, but it's Antoine Slater moving ahead of Andy Hutchinson. We'll see what happens here. Andy Hutchinson trying an outside move of 4. They're side by the looks of it up here. Just not close enough. Over the top of 5. It's Antoine Slater. 3-4 bike lengths now ahead of Andy Hutchinson. I think he tried an inside move or was thinking about it over the top of 5. So that killed his drive down the back straightaway. Now here towards turn 9. See if Antoine Slater tries a blocking move here. He didn't. He would have opened the door there for Andy Hutchinson, but he just wasn't close enough. Now out of turn 9, 3 bike lengths. Andy Hutchinson, 1 bike length. Is he going to try a move here into turn 11? Not close enough, so on to the front straightaway. It is Antoine Slater holding off Andy Hutchinson across the line. Only 1/10 of a second there between those two riders. Michael Scott coming in third. That's some valuable championship points. I think they may be tied now or very close to being tied. Trying to think of the points difference between third and fourth. I believe it goes from 15 down to 10, if memory serves me correctly. And if that is the case, Michael Scott has taken over second place in the championship. So now Michael Scott, I believe, is now second in the championship. I'll confirm that. I think it is 26, 2015, and then 10. But Antoine Slater putting on a good show for us this afternoon. I'll run you through the order there now. It was Antoine Slater, followed by Andy Hutchinson, Michael Scott in third, followed by Mark Corkum, Keegan Campbell in fifth, followed by Randy Arsenal. And unfortunately, Michael Brunt had to pull off there. Bikes now out on the track for the MC Consultants. Formula 46, 8-lap race. We've seen the heat race earlier. Now we're into the full feature event. There we go. 16 riders on the grid. As we see Gary McKinnon holding the pole position, followed by Randy Bennett and Matt Covey. Second sees the 24 of Darcy George, followed by the 507 of Brad Squires. Third row sees the 4 of Jack Robowski, the 111 of Jonathan Anderson, and the 78 of Jason Rideout. Fourth row sees the 10 of Scott Connolly and the 72 of Scott Campbell. Fifth row sees the 420 of Courtney Lorraine, followed by the 63 of Bobby Couturier and the 195 of Angus Campbell. Sixth row is the 97 of Dwayne Finley, followed by the 69 of Ryan Hum. And making up the field is the 747 of Jamie Frazier. And we're racing. Was talking with Jamie Frazier there on the way back up to the tower and talked to him about his get off there. He went a little wide trying to try some outside moves of 7 and hit the bumps. So it was a front end washout there for Jamie Frazier. We'll see where he is now. He looks like he's up to about ninth there now. So it looks like he hasn't had a problem from that get off in turn 7. So back up to the leaders. I believe that's Randy Bennett in the lead, followed by Darcy George. I'm not seeing where the yellow bike is. That might not even have made the grid because I don't see Gary McKinnon out there anywhere. Trying to look here on the paddock to see if maybe if they had some bike troubles there. So right now it is Randy Bennett with the lead, followed by Darcy George in second. Matt Covey, the two of these have been battling it out all season long, and they're continuing that this afternoon as they come onto the front straightaway. Brad Squires in fourth, followed by Jason Rideout. Jamie Frazier moved up into the 6th place across the line, followed by Jack Robowski, Jonathan Anderson, Angus Campbell, and Courtney Lorraine. Now out of turn 3, Randy Bennett is stretching his lead. Looking at the line, it was 2 seconds across the line. It looks like it's a little bit more than that now, so this battle is for second, third, fourth, and fifth. Right now held by Darcy George. Matt Covey right behind him. Jamie Frazier moving his way up the field. But it's Matt Covey getting around Darcy George into turn 7. Jamie Frazier right behind the two as well. So the two lightweights are going to have to try to hold off a superbike, which without telling you, I can tell you where my money's at here is now they're coming onto the front straightaway. Matt Covey holding off Darcy George. Jamie Frazier around Darcy George. We'll see what happens here down into turn 2. Out of turn 2, up to 3. Jamie Frazier side by side with Matt Covey, able to take over that second place position. So we'll see what happens here with Jamie Frazier and Randy Bennett. This gap across the line was 3.2 seconds. They only have 6 laps to go. So over the top of 5, we'll see what Jamie Fraser has in store for us this afternoon. If he's got a decade of racecraft roughs to get off here. As I mentioned earlier, the last race he did, I believe, is the Mac and Jack. So definitely like riding a bike, getting out there for Jamie Fraser, putting in some quick lap times here this afternoon, trying to hunt down Randy Bennett now is his goal number 1 here onto the front straightaway. Through traffic, Jamie Fraser was doing a minute 15s. Jamie Fraser down into the minute 13s. He was about 0.8 of a second faster than Randy Bennett, and he has 2.6 seconds to make up. Only with still 5 laps left to go. I was going to say only 5 laps. That is enough time to be able to catch Randy Bennett now down the back straightaway. So we may have a battle here going to shape up in the next lap or two, because coming into turn 7, Randy Bennett has about 2 seconds, I'd say, maybe 2.5 over Jamie Fraser. Matt Covey able to pull away in third from this 3-rider battle in 9, which currently is in the 4th place position is Brad Squires, followed by Darcy George and Jack Robowski. So we'll see, keep an eye on that battle now coming onto the front straightaway. Jamie Fraser was able to go about 1.5 seconds faster than Randy Bennett. So now out of turn 3 up to 4, 2 bike lengths separate the 2 riders for first and second. We'll see what happens here down the back straightaway. I'd say that's the move Jamie Fraser is going to pull over the top of 5. Down the back straightaway. This time by Jamie Fraser is elected to just tuck up behind Randy Bennett. Maybe an inside move here. Here he comes. No, not close enough. Randy Bennett shut the door. Now out of turn 9 as they charge towards the front straightaway. We'll see what happens here down into turn 1. It's all about the drive here. Onto the front straightaway, Jamie Fraser with a good drive over the top of 11, but not enough to be able to get around Randy Bennett before turn 1. Out of turn 2, it's Jamie Fraser taking over the lead from Randy Bennett. We'll see if Randy is able to answer back. He might not have known he was there. He might have heard him. So we'll see what happens here with Randy, if he's able to latch on to the back of Jamie Fraser, as now they're making their way over the top of 5. About 3 bike lengths now is the gap. Make it 4. We'll see how hungry Randy is here as he charges off the back straightaway. It's going to be all about heading into turn 9. Trying to make up some of that gap, and definitely looks like Randy Bennett is letting Jamie Fraser start to pull away here onto the front straightaway. It's about a second now. Now with 2 laps to go, it is Jamie Fraser followed by Randy Bennett. Matt Covey in 3rd, followed by Brad Squires in 4th. Jack Robowski able to get around Darcy George for 5th, followed by Courtney Lorraine in 7th, followed by Jonathan Anderson in 8th, Jason Rideout in 9th, and Angus Campbell making up the top 10. Jamie Fraser heading down the back straightaway. Looks like it's opened up to 2.5 seconds there now. So the battle to watch is between Brad Squires and Jack Robowski over the top of 5. One bike length separates the two. Jack Robowski side by side, able to get around Brad Squires midway down the back straightaway, as now they come off the back straightaway and go towards turn 9. We'll see if Brad Squires able to answer back. Darcy George there lingering around in 6th. We'll see if he's able to get back up to this battle, but with only 1 lap left to go, looks like they're about 2 seconds, so Brad Squires not letting Jack get away. So out of turn 2 here, we'll see if Brad Squires, he is still close enough to try to pull some move here, but he's only got a few corners and it's about 4 bike lengths. Jack continuing to pull away. So it's now up to about a second over the top of 5. So I'll track the leader pulling on home. It is Jamie Fraser on the 747 Suzuki, through turn 10. 1 corner to go for his return to racing here in round 5. Jamie Fraser pulling off the win after that tip off in turn 7. Followed by Randy Bennett. Matt Covey coming across the line in 3rd. There's Jack Robowski getting that Kramer all figured out here this afternoon. Coming across the line in 4th, followed by Brad Squires, Darcy George in 6th, Courtney Lorraine in 7th, Jonathan Anderson in 8th, Jason Rideout 9th, Angus Campbell in 10th. Bobby Couturier is coming here now, coming onto the front straightaway, holding off Scott Campbell and Dwayne Finlay. That is for 11th, 12th, and 13th. Scott Conley, after getting the repairs there to his shifting mechanism there inside the engine, thanks to Paul Whitehead, able to cross the line in 14th. And that makes up the field with Ryan Hum finishing in 15th. So we're going to take a little break here now, a little Marshall break for a few minutes. So it's going to take a few more minutes before you hear the 5-minute call. So we're all just going to get some water out to the marshals, going to get some water myself, and we'll be back racing here momentarily. All right, bikes are now on the track for the next race, which is the Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Superbike, race number 1 of the weekend. Finish Line Motorcycle Supply was started by Album back in 2019 after he came to the track for the HPRA, returning to the next race round to get out and do a bit of racing. He kept asking people where to buy race parts locally, and every time he wanted to upgrade his bike, he had to buy them online or get them from non-local businesses. So he decided to take the chance and start Finish Line Motorcycle Supply. He continues to increase stock, and if you see him down there in the paddock, you'll see he has tires. He has all the different types of equipment out there for your motorcycles. So a great addition to the paddock is the Finish Line Motorcycle Supplies, brought to you by Album Nevs. All right, on pole position, the 2025 Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Champion is the 8 of John Fraser, sponsored by RLS Construction, MPG Moto, and T-Boat Importations. To his left is the 80 of Blaise Fougere, who is sponsored by Pirelli, RPM Cycle, and Darren Marshall. Second row sees the 41 of Crowdis Roberts and the 54 of Matthew Spencer, 48 of Matt Curvin, and the 134 of Matthew Jollymore. Making up the third row is the 3 of Randy Bennett, followed by the 747 of Jamie Fraser. Now out of turn 2, it's Blaise Fougere, followed by John Fraser. In third, looks like Crowdis Roberts. We'll have to wait to see who that third place or fourth place rider is. Believe that might be Randy Bennett, followed by Matthew Jollymore, then Matt Curvin, and Jamie Fraser over the top of 5. Blaise Fougere now opening up a bigger gap to Jamie Fraser, or John Fraser, sorry. I'm going to get those two names mixed up, I'm sure, this weekend. Looks like John Fraser's got his leg out. He may be coming into the pits. I was just thinking, I wonder if there's something wrong with the machinery, because he was definitely off his pace. Now John Fraser coming down pit lane. Something wrong with that superbike. And unfortunately having to pull off into the paddock. And as soon as you pull off to the paddock, I believe that is your race over. You can stop on pit lane and still work on your machinery, but as soon as you go into the paddock, if I'm not mistaken, that means your race is over. And I'm getting a nod here from Linda, the head marshal here, confirming. So it's Blaise Fougere now over the top of 5. It looks like it's about 4 seconds, maybe 5, over that second place rider of Crowdis Roberts, followed by Randy Bennett in third, and Matthew Jollymore right there in fourth. So right now this battle is for second, third, and fourth. Randy Bennett right on the back of Crowdis Roberts, up 7 into 9. It is Randy Bennett with an inside move. We'll see if he runs wide here. Sometimes if you go too tight, it allows the other rider to swoop back in. But Randy Bennett able to hold off Crowdis Roberts with that move into turn 9. Now down the front straightaway. Matthew Jollymore is right there as well. So we got a nice healthy battle here for second, third, and fourth happening here this afternoon in this Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Superbike Race 1 of the weekend. These 3 riders now coming through turn 3. Still only a couple of bike lengths separate these 3 riders. See what happens here onto the back straightaway. Right now it's Randy Bennett, 2-3 bike lengths ahead of Cronus Roberts. Looks like Matthew Jollymore had to chop the gas over the top of 5 because Cronus Roberts just quickly got about 3 bike lengths down the hill from 5, but he's still right there. Looks like there is some issues with the timing. It's being worked on. So just a heads up there. Across the line. Looks like whatever it was, it's fixed because it got Blaise Fougere across the line. In 6 is Matthew Spencer. Looking at those leathers, I believe that's actually Matthew Spencer on that 747. Sure is. It is Matthew Spencer out there running on that 747 machinery there. Maybe giving it a test ride. See, maybe it's some new machinery he might be on for next year. Well, back to this battle. It's Cronus Roberts back ahead of Randy Bennett. Now into turn 9. We'll see if Randy tries another move. He is. He's side by side. He's actually ahead of Cronus Roberts already into turn 9. So Randy Bennett definitely enjoying the hard braking into turn 9 as he's taken over that second place. Cronus Roberts are only a bike length ahead of Matthew Jollymore. So that's the battle for the last podium position, and we still got 10 laps left to go as they cross the line. Longest race of this afternoon is this Finish Line Motorcycle Supply Pro Superbike race. So now into turn 3. Randy Bennett still in the lead of this 3-rider battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Randy able to open up a couple of bike lengths there between 3 and 4. Now over the top of 5. We'll see what happens here down the back straightaway. But at the moment, it is Randy Bennett holding off Cronus Roberts. But Matthew Jollymore has said, I've had enough. Right up the inside of Cronus Roberts. He came from a long way back. Able to pull off that move. And now is charging towards Randy Bennett there. Out of turn 9. We'll see what happens here onto the front straightaway. Randy Bennett. With a 114. Matthew Jollymore with a 114 himself. He was down into the 13s in his last race there, so he's got a second there in the bank at least. So right on the back of Randy Bennett through turn 3. Looks like Matthew Spencer is calling it a day here as he's coming down pit lane. This battle now coming out of 4 over the top of 5. Randy Bennett 1 bike length ahead of Matthew Jollymore, followed by Cronus Roberts sitting there in 4th. Looks like Matt Curvin is starting to get hungry for this battle as well. One of the fastest ones of that group there, so he is definitely finding his groove this afternoon. And now coming into turn number 9, he is pushing hard as Matt Curvin. He is catching these 3-rider battle. If they start battling it out even more as well, that will allow him to catch them a little quicker. But on to the front straightaway, it is still Randy Bennett, followed by Matthew Jollymore. Matt Curvin down into the minute 13s, so definitely hungry to get into this podium battle here, which is only about 2 seconds up the road. Out of turn 2 up to 3. I think he's able to get a little bit more as well. This is quickly going to turn into a 4-rider battle for these last 2 podium positions. But it's Matthew Jollymore able to get around Randy Bennett. Now over the top of 5. That might have been down into turn 2 that happened, as I had my eyes on Matt Curvin there. But it looks like Matthew Jollymore able to open up a couple of bike links there in these first few corners after taking over that second place position from Randy Bennett. So we'll see if Randy Bennett is able to answer back here. But right now, Matthew Jollymore opening up about half a second, it looks like they're now through 10 up to 11. Randy Bennett running a little bit wide there, coming out of 10. So this is going to allow Crottus Roberts to get a great drive down the front straightaway. Unfortunately, not close enough to pull a move off there. Let's look at the numbers there now. Matthew Jollymore now with some clean air, pulled off a 13.2. Fastest out of these 4 riders. But now out of turn 2, Crottus Roberts had a thought of an inside coming out of turn 2. It would have been a good spot for him because he would have been on the outside of 3. So he just tucked up in behind Randy Bennett there as they now make their way to the back straightaway. It is definitely turning into a 3-rider battle as Matthew Curvin is only 3 bike lengths back from Crottus Roberts. So this battle is shaping it up for 3rd, 4th, and 5th as Blaise Fougier crossing the line sees himself with a nice healthy lead there over that second place rider of Matthew Jollymore. Oh, nice close battle there going into turn 9 between Randy Bennett and Matt Curvin. It looked like Matt Curvin was going to get the position. Sorry, Matt Curvin and Crottus Roberts, but Crottus Roberts just shut the door on Matthew Curvin. Let's look at those lap times. Looks like it is into the 15s here. So we still have 6 laps left to go. Lots of time. Crottus Roberts able to get around Randy Bennett into turn 2. So now it is Crottus Roberts into the 3rd place position, followed by Randy Bennett and Matt Curvin. Blaise Fougier, he's coming out of turn 9. I'd say he has about a 30-second lead there over Matthew Jollymore. Cross the line, Matthew Jollymore had 3 seconds over this battle behind him, so definitely the battle to watch is for this 3rd, 4th, and 5th as it's coming towards turn 9. I held my breath there, thought Randy was going to try another inside move, but this time he just tucked up in behind Crottus Roberts there as they now make their way to the front straightaway. We'll see what happens here as well with Matt Curvin. He was down into the minute 13s there chasing this battle down. So if he's going to want to get into that podium position, he's got to get through 2 riders, not just 1, as they make their way down turn 1 heading towards turn 2. Still 5 laps left to go. Crottus Roberts opening up 3 bike lengths over Randy Bennett, who only has 1 bike length over Matt Curvin. Now charging towards turn 4. We'll see what Matt Curvin elects to do here. It kind of looked like he was thinking of an outside move as he came in there. But over the top of 5, single file. Down the back straightaway, the leader, Blaise Fougier, crossing the line. Means there's 4 laps left to go. Through turn 7, Crottus Roberts now opening up about 5-6 bike lengths now. We'll see what happens here into turn number 9. Randy Bennett able to close in just a little bit there. So it may be back down to about 4 bike lengths. On to the front straightaway. Oh, big wheelie from Crottus Roberts. Didn't seem to affect his drive. Matt Curvin going on the inside of Randy Bennett into turn 1. Big move there from Matt Curvin. He might have seen Crottus Roberts starting to pull away, which is that last podium position. So yes, Matt Curvin holding off Randy Bennett down into turn 2. We'll see if Matt Curvin is able to hunt down Crottus Roberts, because over those last couple of corners, Crottus Roberts able to open up even more of a gap between himself and Matt Curvin over the top of 5. I'd say it's 1.5 seconds now as the leader crossed the line. That means there's 3 laps left to go. Carlos Roberts last time by was 1:14. With clean air, Matt Curvin was doing 1:13s. So we'll see with 3 laps left to go here. If Matt Curvin is able to chew up some of these bike lengths that sit in front of him. As now they make their way onto the front straightaway. Matt Curvin definitely hungry for a podium this afternoon. With getting around Randy, that lap slowed him down a bit trying to do the passing, so he was down into the 1:15. So that's what opened up this gap even more as Carlos Roberts across the line was a 1:14.5. So that is now what looks to be 1.5 seconds. Still with 3 laps to go for these riders. Still time here. As they're going down the back straightaway. Blaze crossing the line. That means there's 2 laps left to go for himself there. Keep an eye on this battle. Carlos Roberts into turn 9. Believe he has 5 bike lengths now. Definitely Matt Curvin is on the hunt for a podium position in this finish line. Motorcycle Supply Pro Superbike race number 1 of the weekend onto the front straightaway. He still has a bit more of that gap he's got to chew into if he's going to try to make a move here. But across the line, he was down to a 13.4, 0.7 of a second faster than Carlos Roberts. And you can see out of turn 2, I think he's a little bit closer even now. But still about half a second, I'd say, through turn 3 up to 4. Carlos Roberts got a great drive out of 3. So he was able to get back a couple of those bike lengths that Matthew Curvin got chewed up there. But down the back straightaway, Carlos Roberts had a wheelie over the top of 5. Definitely having some fun out there this afternoon. But Blaise Fougere across the line got the last lap flag as he makes his way through turn 3. So 8 laps left to go for Blaise Fougere this afternoon. Matthew Jollymore on to the front straightaway. He has a healthy gap, 6 seconds there ahead of these 2 riders. Carlos Roberts entering back with the lap times, getting himself back down to the low 14s. A little off his fastest lap of the race, but definitely pushing hard to keep Matthew Curvin behind him. As this battle now goes through turn 3, about half a second, or it's more than that now, probably 7/8 of a second. There's the winner of the first Superbike race of the weekend up there and pull home that second place position. Matthew Curvin with a great race here. I'm going to say one of his best races of the season. Coming home in 3rd, sees himself back down into the 1:13s. Randy Bennett crossing the line in 4th. Carlos Roberts there got back out on the bike. Not sure if he's going to be able to get it going. Looks like he's not going to be able to get that bike going unless he's just waiting for the bikes to go by. Maybe we'll see here in a couple of minutes. But unfortunately, Carlos pushing hard there to keep Matthew Curvin behind him. Had that, what probably was, looking at where he went down, probably a front-end washout there. Matthew Spencer, after completing 4 laps, unfortunately had to pull into the pits. John Fraser not able to complete a lap there. The on with the bike there of John Fraser. Blaise Fougere coming down pit lane. Coming into the paddock there. Happy camper, I'm sure, Blaise Fougere getting the win this afternoon. Matthew Jellymore with his return to racing. Not able to compete until round 4. I'm sure happy to get a second place position afternoon. And Matt Curvin as well getting at podium. So it looks like the bike recovery truck and trailer have gone out onto the track. So I'm sure there'll be an extra few minutes there before you hear the 5-minute call. So just a heads up there, they got to go pick up Crottus Roberts' bike. So you got a few more minutes there tacked on. Bike's now heading out for the next race, which is the sARL Vintage. Looks like John Fraser end up testing to see if whatever he fixed there on that GSX-R 1000 solved the problem. Definitely not a vintage machinery there. Top of the line machinery there. But yeah, we're the riders now making their way down the back straightaway. I was talking about this during the heat race. This one is going to come down to Blaise Fougere and Phil Warnell and who finishes ahead of who. So looking forward to seeing what happens here in this race. Blaise Fougere taking pole position, followed by Phil Warnell and Randy Bennett. And then Pat Patterson on the second row. Eight-lap race, this sARL Vintage Open. As now Blaise makes his way onto the front straightaway. Grinders now in their grid positions. We're moments away from the start. Hoping this battle continues this afternoon. Oh, Blaise with a little wheelie there. So did Randy Bennett. So that's Phil Warnell taking the early lead there down into turn one. We'll see if Blaise Fougere is able to try and pull a move on the inside of Randy Bennett down into turn two. He has, and now coming up towards turn three, he was side by side with Phil Warnell, so quickly making up for that wheelie at the start is Blaise Fougere taking the lead now through turn four. 3 bike lengths ahead of Phil Warnell. Over the top of 5, down the back straightaway. Blaise Fougere feeling the groove this afternoon, pulling away from Phil Warnell. Looks like it's about a second and a half already here within these first few corners. Now down into turn 9. Randy Bennett in third. He's back about a second from Phil Warnell. And Pat Patterson now into turn 9 in fourth. But here comes the leader onto the front straightaway. Blaise Fougere. One lap, pull off 2.2 seconds of a gap. Blaise Fougere means business this afternoon, knowing that he has to finish ahead of Phil Warnell if he wants this championship. Now on to the back straightaway. This looks like it's about 4 seconds there now as Phil Warnell makes his way over the top of 5. Believe it's opened up a bit more as well between Phil Warnell and Randy Bennett. Randy doing back-to-back races here, just doing 12 laps there in that Pro Superbike. Now 8 laps here in this vintage, so a little bit of a workout here for Randy. Blaise Fougere as well. Doing back-to-back races here. Now the leader going through turn 4. Across the line, it was 5.3 seconds. Phil Warnell into the minute 16s there. He was down into the 13s there, round 4. If I'm not mistaken, it was a low 13 as well. So definitely a few seconds off pace there this weekend is Phil Warnell, but still charging hard there in second, but just doesn't seem to have the lap times here to fight with Blaise Fougere, as now the leader coming on to the front straightaway. This is going to be 5 laps left to go here in this Asylum Racing Vintage Open. All the riders now got a gap in between them, so no battle shaping up here this afternoon in the Asylum Racing. It's all about this championship at the moment, because right now Blaise Fougere has the lead, and he'll continue to hold that lead in the championship, having the lead right now in the race. So Phil Warnell last time by his fastest lap of the race, but still into the 16, so might be something to do with a little bit of the cold weather. There might be maybe some bike setup changes he tried to make. Sometimes you got to try to squeeze a little bit more out to try to stay competitive, and you can quickly go the wrong way if you make any kind of suspension adjustments or tire pressure changes. On to the front straight. They now have the halfway marker. 4 laps left to go. Phil Warnell, lap times going the other way. You might be see if Randy Bennett, who is 6 seconds down the road. Randy currently in the 17s himself. With only 4 laps left to go, Randy's going to have to try to find a couple of seconds a lap here if he's going to want to catch Phil Warnell. Down the back straightaway. At the moment, it looks like it's about, looking at timing and scoring, as I mentioned, 7 or 6 seconds there, so just not close enough to try to pull any moves here in lap times. Blaise Fougere giving the thumbs up to his pit crew there on pit lane. Now 3 laps to go. On to the front straightaway. Randy looked to be pushing there. We'll see. Yeah, fastest lap of the race, but only a 10th faster than Phil Warnell. So 5 points lap with 3 seconds to go. So Randy's going to have to try to find 2 seconds out there. Tracking the leader down the back straightaway, Blaise Fougere, the number 80, sponsored by RPM Cycle. Darren Marshall and Pirelli pulling off the back straightaway. 12 seconds ahead of second place rider, not only in the championship but in the track as well, is Phil Warnell. Phil Warnell, sponsored by Sugar Mama Racing, Pro Cycle, and Burnside Brewing Company. Now 2 laps left to go here. Quite close on lap times again with Phil Warnell and Randy Bennett, a 10th off the two of them. So that continues to be exactly 5.5 seconds the gap, the same as it's been the last couple of laps there. Tracking the leader. Lap and a half left to go. This next time by, he'll get that last lap flag. So now tipping off the back straightaway, heading through turn 7. Pat Patterson out there, the 131. He is the sponsor of this class. New machinery out there this afternoon for Pat Patterson. One of Jeff Martin's old bikes. Not sure if he purchased it or if he's just riding it this afternoon. Now onto the front straightaway. Getting the last lap flag here. Randy putting in his fastest lap of the race, 0.3 of a second. He's made up there that gap, but just unfortunate that he's running out of time here. 1 lap left to go. Phil Warnell able to get around Pat Patterson between 3 and 4. Tracking the leader, Blaise Fougere. 2 corners to go here as he's making his way out of turn 9. Now on to the front straightaway, the 2025 Asylum Racing Vintage Open champion is Blaise Fougere. Congratulations to that team. Sponsored by RPM Cycle, Darren Marshall and Pirelli. Phil Warnell second on the track and second in the championship, coming on to the front straightaway. Followed by Randy Bennett in third and Pat Patterson in fourth. Blaise now coming down pit lane, going to get the checkered flag here. In sARL racing, we don't do victory laps for each race, but what they do is victory laps for the championship once it becomes clinched. So Blaise Fougere now with the checkered flag in his boot. Now making his way out onto the track with the checkered flag. Great show that the marshals put on there. You'll start to see as he makes his way around the track. They got like 6 flags in their hand. I don't know how they do it, but putting on a great show for the riders. Tight battle in this championship all season long. Coming down to this final race this afternoon, Blaise Fougere really came out hard this afternoon, showing how much he wanted this championship. quickly extending the gap off the first lap to 2.5 seconds, and just continue to push and push right to the finish line. All right, 5-minute call just went out for the Albums Plumbing and Heating Amateur Superbike race number 1 of the weekend. Shout out to the sponsor. Album knew from a young age he would own his own company. In 2003, he started Albums Plumbing and Heating Limited as a service-based company that also did plumbing and heating in full custom homes with high attention to detail, as if every home was being built and plumbed for himself. He moved into plumbing commercial properties and also working within the insurance industry as well. Shout out to Almost Plumbing and Heating for sponsoring the Amateur Superbike Race Championship here in 2025. I'll run us through the order there as the 5-minute call just went out. On pole position, the championship leader with 171 points. Out of Ellerslie PI, sponsored by Dennis Motors, Gillis Heavy Equipment, and Ellerslie Right Stop, is the 37 of Andy Hutchinson. Middle of the second row, 21 points back, is the rider number 40 of Michael Scott. Third in the championship, out of Baxter's Corner, New Brunswick, is the 39 of Mark Corkum, currently 23 points back from Michael Scott. Second row sees the 30 out of Brooklyn, Nova Scotia, of George Church, currently sitting with 70 points. And Reiner making up the second row out of Sydney, Cape Egmont PI, sponsored by A&W Drywall Service, is the 18 of Randy Arsenault. On the third row is the 86 of Michael Brunt and the 144 of Marty Fogarty. Riders now taking their positions on the grid. We are seconds away from the start of this Albums Plumbing and Heating Amateur Superbike race number 1 of the weekend. Oh, Michael Scott with a big wheelie. That's allowed Andy Hutchinson, Mark Corkum, and for a moment there looked like George Church was going up the inside of Michael Scott, but I think he held him off there down turn 1. We'll wait to see out of turn 2. It is Andy Hutchinson followed by Mark Corkum and Michael Scott in third. Looking at the points, yes, there's 23 points separating Mark and Michael for second and third in the championship, and 21 points separating Michael Scott and Andy Hutchinson for second and third. So with another race happening tomorrow, still lots can happen here in the championship as now the riders coming out off the back straightaway. There's about 5 bike lengths between the 3 of them. Now through turn 9. Still equally matched here in corner speed coming towards the front straightaway. So a few bike lengths between the 3 bikes. This is a 10-lap race. So we'll see the rider settle into a pace here after a lap or two and then start to build a strategy here of what they want to do this afternoon. So right now, Andy Hutchinson able to pull away from Mark Corkum out of 2 up to 3. It looked like it was more so Mark Corkum having a problem out of 2 because that brought Michael Scott right into this battle for the second place. Now through 4 up to 5. Michael Scott running a little wide on the outside of 4. So not able to capitalize on that drive over the top of 5. But now into turn 7. Definitely a battle is shaping up here between these 2 riders. Also close friends here in the paddock. Exchanging pleasantries after races many times between those 2 riders, having a good, healthy battle throughout the season. That's why this championship is so close between the 2 of them. Trading battles and positions throughout the season. But right now it is Mark Corkum winning the battle at the moment through turn 3 now. Has opened up that gap through these last couple of corners. Now back up to about 5 bike lengths as they now come out of 4 up to 5. Andy Hutchinson has opened up about 2.5 seconds or so, it looks like. Oh, look what it was across the line. Yeah, 2 seconds across the line. So now through turn 7. Lap times are in the 14s. These riders have been doing 13s and high 12s, I believe. I don't think they've done low 12s. I could be mistaken. I think so they do have a second or so. There's a 13 there from Mark Corkum. 13.6. He was half a second faster than Michael Scott, and that's what's allowed that gap to open up. Andy Hutchinson is well into the 13, so he wasn't able to close in on that gap, but definitely opened up a few bike lengths there over the third place rider of Michael Scott. George Church sees himself sitting in 4th, followed by Marty Fogarty. Only 0.2 of a second back there across the line, and it's only a couple of bike lengths there as they make their way through turn 4. Randy Arsenal, he's back about 2 seconds from this battle for fourth and fifth. Back up to the lead. Andy Hutchinson onto the front straightaway. Pushing hard. You can see the front end wiggling there through turn 10. Andy opened it up to 3 seconds with a 13.3. Mark back into the 14s with a 14.5, followed by a 14.9 of Michael Scott. Andy Hutchinson looking to trying to correct from the amateur sport bike races. Turned out he had a jump start there in the amateur sport bike, so we'll push them back a few positions there off the podium. So Andy Hutchinson looking to correct from the sport bike race and trying to pull off a win here this afternoon as he's coming onto the front straightaway. Getting the halfway marker. Michael Scott there almost into a 16. I'm not sure if he might have had a moment out there somewhere, maybe run wide in a corner or something. A few seconds off his personal best as they're now making their way towards turn 4. A big gap starting to open up between these top 3 riders. So the battle now to watch out there for the spectators is between the 3 riders of George Church, Marty Fogarty, and Randy Arsenault. As they're coming through turn 3, a couple of bike lengths between George Church and Marty Fogarty, but only a second and a half back is Randy Arsenault. So we'll see here with 5 laps to go if he's able to charge up to this battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Like something might have happened with Marty Fogarty there, because now he's pulled back away from George Church and right into the clutches of Randy Arsenault, as he's now only 2 bike lengths is the gap there between those 2 riders. And now making their way onto the front straightaway. Randy Arsenault continuing to push. I'll see the lap times there. George Church with his fastest lap with a 1:18.1. Marty Fogarty was just over a second slower, so definitely something happened out there. It looked like it was between 4 and 5 there, because down the back straightaway is where that gap really opened up. Andy Hutchinson, the leader, coming onto the front straightaway. Back into the 14s. Followed by Mark Corkum, 3 seconds back. Another 3.5 seconds back is Michael Scott. So definitely the gaps either staying the same or increasing there between those top 3 riders. George Church coming on to the front straightaway. Continuing to push out there. Has a couple of seconds there back to Marty Fogarty in 5th. So down into turn 2. Something happened Margity Fogarty because Randy Arsenal able to get around Marty Fogarty. So pushing him back into the 6th place position. We'll see if Randy Arsenal is able to do anything here with this gap up to George Church, because right now it's about 2 seconds. Leaders crossing the line means 2 laps left to go. So for these riders, 2 laps and about 2 seconds of a gap. Still possible for Randy to get up there and battle with George Church for 4th place here in the Albums Plumbing and Heating Amateur Superbike race number 1 of the weekend. Here they come now, pushing hard onto the front straightaway. Randy Arsenal, he is hungry for that 4th place position down into turn 1. It looked, excuse me, looks like it was only half a second there down into turn 1. We'll wait to see them come out of turn 2 here. Yeah, it's about 4 or 5 bike lengths now between the two, and with 2 laps left to go, looks like we might have a battle shaping up here. Following the leader, though, he's going to get the last lap flag here. It is Andy Hutchinson coming onto the front straightaway. Mark Corkum was faster that time by. You could see the gap coming down, but it's still a couple of seconds there. So with only 10 corners to go here, even less than that now as they make their way out of turn 3. Looks like time may be running out for Mark to be able to catch Andy there 2 seconds up the road, but definitely putting in a valiant effort here out of turn 4 over the top of 5. It looks like it's only about 1.5 seconds now. Andy now coming off turn 7, off the back straightaway, into turn 9 now. Now through turn 11, 1 corner to go for Andy Hutchinson. Mark Corkum crossing the line, definitely able to catch Andy Hutchinson, but just running out of time there. But with that, it looks like it's Andy Hutchinson with Michael Scott finishing in 3rd. That means that he has now clinched the 2025 Albums Plumbing and Heating Amateur Superbike Championship, because there's now only 26 points up for grabs. And with being 21 points ahead of Michael Scott going into this race, he has now extended that by another 11, so it looks like Andy Hutchinson has now clinched the championship. Across the line, George Church able to push hard on that last lap, putting in his fastest lap of the race. Able to get a couple of seconds there between him and Randy Arsenal in 5th, followed by Marty Fogarty in 6th. He's getting that checkered flag put in his boot there. So now we're going to see a victory lap here for Andy Hutchinson. Andy Hutchinson now making his way onto the back straightaway. Checkered flag in hand. All the marshals doing that great show with 4 or 5 flags in their hands. All right, we just heard the 5-minute call for the last race this afternoon, which I would recommend all the fans and racers to get to their favorite spot to watch racing, because we have 25 riders in this lightweight category. Always exciting racing here at Atlantic Motorsport Park, with some nice tight battling happening all throughout the track. Shout out to the sponsors of this lightweight race this afternoon. First one is the amateur lightweight 400, sponsored by Mark and his Ostrich Woodworking. Mark and his Ostrich does high-end cabinetry, ultra-modern Italian kitchens, heritage millwork reproduction, interior doors, custom stair parts, including reproduction, newel dowels, and hand-turned spindles. Mark also does pattern work for flooring, including border work and inlays. Big shout out to Mark Wilson there, the owner of Mark and his Ostrich Woodworking, for sponsoring the class. Good to see him back out to the track this weekend as well. Talking to Mark, they're able to get out and do some laps there on Friday. Mark lending his bike to I was looking on here to see if he was registered. There he comes. It's Ruan Berdino. The expert category, sponsored by the Grant Nesbitt Tribute Series. The Grant Nesbitt Tribute Series pays homage to a giant of a man and a great friend of sARL and AMP. Grant has been a stalwart supporter of motorcycle racing, competing in regional series in Quebec, Ontario, and with sARL here at Atlantic Motorsport Park. Shout out to Bill Watkins for starting this Grant Nesbitt Tribute Series to pay tribute to a wonderful man of Grant Nesbitt. All right, riders now making their way down through the paddock to pit lane. We'll run you through the order here. On pole position is the 34 of Mark Goodwin, currently with 182 points. Mark Goodwin out of Halifax, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Rally Motoplex and Flexiglass Bodywork. In second, out of Debert, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Lucas Oils, is the 9 of Gary McKinnon, currently with 153 points. Making up the front row is the 66 of Matt Covey with 109. Onto the second row is the 24 of Darcy George, who is 2 points back from Matt Covey in that third place position. Darcy is sponsored by Miller Time Racing. And making up the second row with 49 points is the 78 of Jason Rideout. Third row sees the 111 of Jonathan Anderson out of Inverness, Cape Breton, sponsored by Nova Drilling with 42 points. We have the 97 of Dwayne Finley out of Halifax, Nova Scotia, sponsored by HFX Motorsports. And making up the expert grid is the 3 of Randy Bennett out of St. Margaret's Bay, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Mum's Tattoo Studio and Lord's Auto Body and MasterCard. One rider that is an expert is Corey Canfield. He was a late addition to the field. Didn't know if he was going to be here this afternoon, but he is able to join, and so he will start from the back of the pack. But he is an expert out there, but starting from the back of the field. For the amateurs, it sees 145 of Greg McInnes out of Sydney, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Flexiglass. That he has 170 points. Middle of the front row for the amateurs is the 177 out of Jordan Bay, sponsored by Paul Whitehead at the world-renowned Bedeck facility, and Jonathan Head as well. She has 133 points. Making up the front row is the 2 of William Fonsavon, who is out of Darwin, Nova Scotia, sponsored by HFX Decals. Second row sees the 196 of Angus Campbell. He is 7 points back from that podium position in the championship. He is sponsored by Good Robot Brewing, Jazz Cabbage, and DD's Ice Cream, and the Float Center. Making up the second row of the amateurs is the 95 of William Martin, only 1 point back from Angus Campbell. So we'll see what kind of action we see from those three trios there as they battle it out for that last podium position. Second row sees the 10 of Scott Connolly and the 72 of Scott Campbell. Scott Campbell out of Sambro, Nova Scotia, sponsored by Sambro Cycle Service, Canmac Power Sports, and CF Moto Canada. Making up the third row of the amateurs is the 46 of Jared Campbell. Fourth row sees the 38 of Connor Warnell, followed by the 258 of Jonathan Head. Angus McClarty, Ryan Hum, Jim Marlowe, Robert McInnes, and Jeanette Ball making up the field. Look at that, 25 riders rocking and down into turn one. See what happens here. 26 riders. Now coming out of turn two, we'll see who's in the lead. That is Gary McKinnon by the looks of it from here, followed by Matt Covey and Mark Goodwin. Had to hold my breath there. There's the massive Hornet up here trying to get it away. But it is Gary McKinnon tipping into turn seven. Mark Goodwin able to get around Matt Covey there down the back straightaway. In fourth is Jason Rideout, followed by Darcy George, and then Jonathan Anderson. Looks like it's Greg McInnes in the lead for the amateurs, followed by Kathleen Coburn in third. Oh, Kathleen Coburn. My mistake, I seen the black bike that was behind Craig McInnes, but Kathleen Coburn is actually in the lead of the amateurs as she's holding off Corey Canfield, trying to go around the outside of her at turn three. That didn't work out, had to tuck up in behind her as now they're going through turn four. Corey Canfield going on the outside of Kathleen Coburn here. He's having some fun out there this afternoon on Paul Whitehead's Kawasaki 400. Down the back straightaway. 6 riders there duking it out as Darcy George holding on the outside of turn 7 there. He was getting passed by Jason Rideout, but just held on the gas there, able to get around Jason Rideout, and Jonathan Anderson followed right behind him. So right now we got a battle here shaping up between Kathleen Coburn and Craig McInnes. Only one bike between them. Following this battle for the experts, Gary McKinnon got a little bit of a lead right off the bat, but not able to stretch it there as he's coming out of turn 4. Has about half a second there over Mark Goodwin. Matt Covey not going anywhere. A couple of bike lengths back there down the back straightaway. So a great battle shaping up between those 3 riders there. But really here's the battle coming now, and it is Darcy George, Jonathan Anderson, Kathleen Coburn, Corey Canfield, Greg McInnes. 5 of those riders heading into turn number 9 with Darcy George and Jonathan Anderson side by side through 9. Jonathan Anderson able to get ahead of Darcy George in the middle of turn 9 on the outside. Great move there from Jonathan Anderson. Wait for this battle to come out of turn 2. It is Darcy George back ahead of Jonathan Anderson coming out of turn 2 up to 3. Kathleen Coburn right there in the battle. Holding off Corey Canfield. I'm sure he's grinning ear to ear there with having 5 bikes all around him. Coming out of the Pro Superbike, he was talking to him last round, and he was saying how he wants to get into some more battles, and it's great to have the horsepower, but right there he's from time to time riding his own race out there, and he wanted to get back into some battles. So this weekend he's riding Paul Whitehead's bike just to do that. Oh, we got a rider, Gary McKinnon, coming down Off the front straightaway there. Red flag is out. Oh, that was close. Gary McKinnon there taking his gloves off, so great to see Gary there taking a breather there. It's great to see Gary McKinnon up to his feet, walking onto the track. I'll just be off air here for a couple of minutes there. They'll get everything sorted out, and you'll hear an announcement there from down at front straight there of what's going to happen here in a few moments. Riders now there in the paddock getting ready to go out. There's going to be 2 warm-up laps there for the bikes because they were sitting there in the paddock a little bit longer than what they would have liked. So to make sure they have optimal temperature in these slicks, they're giving them 2 warm-up laps in order to make sure that these tires are up to temperature. While they're making their way around for the first warm-up lap, I'll do my best to go through the grid here. We're just using the timing and scoring to go through it. So we have Mark Goodwin on pole position, followed by Matt Covey, and then Jonathan Anderson. Second row is going to be Darcy George. And I believe Corey Canfield. For the amateurs is going to be Kathleen Coburn on pole position, followed by Greg McInnes and Ruan Bardino. All right, riders now finishing their first warm-up lap. Some of the top rider, the first riders, I should say, on the track, making their way off the back straightaway, heading towards turn 9. So now they'll make their way to their grid positions here. Great healthy field out here this afternoon. 25 riders out there. All right, looks like all the riders are in their position. Looks like it's Matt Covey with the hole shot. We'll see. I don't know if that was Jonathan Anderson or Mark Goodwin in second. But a rider that started from the back of the pack, Corey Canfield, he's now up to the second row. We'll see how he fares out there coming out of turn 2. But it is Matt Covey, followed by Mark Goodwin. Darcy George in third, sorry. You see the riders as they mark their way onto the back straightaway. Over the top of 5, Matt Covey opened up about half a second, I'd say, over Mark Goodwin. Followed by Darcy George. It's Corey Canfield that's was in fourth, now up into podium positions as he's got around Darcy George. up through turn 8. We'll see if Darcy George is able to get back up the inside. Not able to this time by. So we'll see what happens here with Corey Canfield coming out of turn 9. Now on to the front straightaway. I seen Kathleen Coburn. She must not have got a good start because she was back a few bikes there behind Craig McInnes, who is the current leader of the amateurs, followed by, it's Ruben Berdino, who is the leader of the amateurs, followed by Greg McInnes, and then William Martin in third. Now coming over the top of 5, Matt Covey, only about 3 bike lengths now ahead of Mark Goodwin. But the battle shaping up between Ruben Berdino and Corey Canfield, with Ruben Berdino getting around Corey Canfield down the back straightaway. We'll see if Corey's able to answer back here. But at the moment, Ruben Berdino pushing hard to get up to this overall battle here for the race win. He is the current amateur leader. But any racer will know you want to beat every bike on the track. It's the racer in you, so he wants to definitely get up to that battle between Mark Goodwin and Matt Covey. From up here, it looked like Kathleen Coburn was thinking about an inside move there of William Martin. Not able to pull it off there, so she is there sitting in 4th at the moment, running a little wide out of 3, so not didn't affect her too much, but not able to make a move there into turn 4 because of it. William Martin running a little wide in 4. We'll see what happens here over the top of 5. That can sometimes kill your drive if you run wide in 4, because then you got an inside move there into turn 5. But here it's a 3-way battle here happening with these riders. Mark Goodwin around Matt Covey, but the 55 of Ruben Berdino right there. Oh, look. He got a great drive out of turn 11 and almost drove into the back of Matt Covey. Looks like Darcy George able to get around Corey Canfield down there in turn 2. That one there is a battle for the last podium position of the experts. As now they're coming over the top of 5. There is a battle shaping up here between Mark Goodwin and Ruben Berdino side by side. Ruben Berdino taking over the lead, but Mark Goodwin side by side with Ruben Berdino. Had to let off the gas because he was running wide in 7. So now Ruben taking over the overall lead here, but still Mark Goodwin having the lead of the experts, with Matt Covey coming into play here, not letting those 2 riders get away. Four laps in means there's only 2 laps left to go. This battle now coming out of 2 up to 3. Ruben Berdino 1 bike length ahead of Mark Goodwin, who has now a couple of bike lengths ahead of Matt Covey. We'll see here what happens down the back straightaway over the top of 5. Ruben with a great drive over the top of 5, able to pull a couple of bike lengths. Corey Canfield using the power of Paul Whitehead's Kawasaki 400, able to get around Darcy George. That's for third of the experts there. They're battling it out, folks, down into turn 9. Darcy George answering back. Back around Corey Canfield. So at the moment, that's the battle to watch. Now on to the front straightaway here. Darcy George, Corey Canfield, last lap here. Looks like Darcy George answered back and got Corey Canfield down into turn 1. It is Darcy George back ahead of Corey Canfield. As they got the last lap flag, the leader, Ruan Berdino, pulling away from Mark Goodwin, as well as Matt Covey. So the battle to watch here is Darcy George and Corey Canfield. Now down the back straightaway. We'll see if Corey Canfield has something here into turn 7. Just not close enough. It's now all going to come down to turn 9 here. Just not close enough is Corey to try to pull a move. He may be trying to do a drag race down to the front finish line there, but it's Ruan Berdino onto the front straightaway, taking the overall win, followed by Mark Goodwin and then Matt Covey. Here we go, onto the front straightaway. It is Corey Canfield pulling off the win at the line. He was super pumped there, giving a fist pump in the air was Corey Canfield. Battling back and forth between those two riders. Greg McInnes crossing the line second for the amateurs, followed by, looks like Avery Hart able to move up into a podium position. Avery Hart making a return here on Sylvain's bike. Sylvain at a wedding this weekend, so Avery Hart able to hop onto that Yamaha R3, able to get onto the podium, followed by Kathleen Coburn in 4th, William Martin in 5th. With William Martin finishing ahead of Angus Campbell. He was able to overcome for 4th place in the championship, only 1 point back. So we'll see where William Fonsavon finished. This may push William Martin, or William Martin maybe have moved, if he's not into 3rd, quite close to 3rd in the championship. But the highlight of that race, Ruan Berdino coming through the field to take the overall win on Mark Wilson's Kawasaki 400. And then Corey Canfield battling through the field, getting up to fight with these in the expert category, taking over that last podium position. And then Avery Hart making his return here this year. First time here at Atlantic Motorsport Park in 2025, taking a podium position there away from Kathleen Coburn. Only 1/10 of a second across the line, so that was quite the battle there between them two. And with this is allowed looks like Craig McInnes and Mark Goodwin, both of them going to do a victory lap, clinching the championship. Both of them going to be 26 points more than the closest competitor, and that's all the next competitor can get tomorrow is 26 points. So hats off to Mark Goodwin and Greg McInnes, the two of them clinching the Mark and his Ostrich Woodworking Amateur 400, and Mark Goodwin clinching the Grant Nesbitt Tribute Series Expert 400. Great battling happened out there this afternoon and concluding the championship with one race to go. I'm sure there's going to be a couple of more beers maybe, knowing that there's a little less on the line for tomorrow's race. Just the race win, the championship clinched. Maybe a couple of more beers for those fellas in the paddock tonight. While they're making their victory lap there, I want to thank all the fans for coming out for the first day of round 5, last round here of the sARL Racing Series at Atlantic Motorsport Park. I want to thank Andy Hill for getting this amp so that we can all enjoy the racing here this afternoon. Thank you to all the quarter marshals for taking the time out of your day, volunteering, coming here and allowing us to race. Thank you to the marshals down there at start-finish, timing and scoring. Thank you for all the racers for putting on a great show for us this afternoon. We are going to have podiums there after a few minutes there. So the good thing is with the new PA system, we'll be able to use the mic down there for the podiums. So there'll be an announcement there, 10-minute call before we get podiums going. But until tomorrow, the lights are out at AMP.